It's supposed to be starting now, but they're running a little bit.
Last one. Last two. Last two. When you're coming up to the show, please keep the highway. Closest to the wall. When you're coming up to the show, use the highway closest to the wall. nice way to get our Bear Show kicked off. And I guess before I start talking about the hogs, I want to make sure we thank our swine committee, fair board, extension staff, everybody involved in getting this fair put on. I know it's been a difficult year and things might look a little different, but they've got these kids an ability to show and an ability to showcase their exhibit. So let's put our hands together for all of our staff and everybody behind getting the hog show to happen today. As we move on to the pigs, our first two exhibitors, those barrows I think surfaced pretty quick for me. Taller young lady in the blue shirt's got her class winner, and I think just in terms of sheer bulk and practicality, that's where he gets the edge. Those two barrows were the most comfortable as we get them out here. I think they're the ones that are the most correct in their skeleton. When it comes down to it, when I get on top of them, when I study them down low, their foundation, there's just more hog there, more spread, more shape across the top of this blade, and yet still goes to the ground, big chested and square as it goes away from me. Young lady that goes in second, I think that barrow gets the edge from a composition standpoint because he is the leanest, he's the most expressive in the class. I think as I compare him back to the one that wins, he's just a shot narrower as he comes directly at me. And as I read him out of the back of the blade, on the back side of his blade, he's just a bit flatter in terms of sheer mass and sheer power. The young lady coming out of pin 5 goes in third in this class. And our third and fourth place levels, in my opinion, are very similar in their types and kinds. They've got muscle shape up high. It's a balance, from a balance and skeletal standpoint is where they fall down in this class. Got to redesign them out and up front, lay his chine down deeper in him, have him come at me square and just come with a fresher look to him. This barrel we just got to see more comfortable on both ends of the skeleton. Just gets to be tighter, more restricted, narrows up too much at the ground, but another one that's got muscle and product. Good way to start our Berkshire classes. Help me congratulate those exhibitors. Your results for class number 1, fourth place, Will Baxter. Third place, Madison Baxter. Second place, Jessica Hartman. Your winner in class number 1 was Madison Ingram. Give a nice round of applause to the first class. Attention water, class number 3, Duras. Please make your way up to the show. Class 3, Duras. Good class of heavyweight Berkshire Barra. The young man directly in front of me's got your class winner, and I think one that I can latch on to pretty quick out from this drive. I think the barrel that's easily the most correct from a composition standpoint. This guy's got a big fresh back plated and big pin set, wide square as he goes to the ground. And he's a barrel that can still get out and handle it plenty acceptable for me. Easily the most genuine as he comes and goes in terms of skeletal width. Love the blade shape, still balances well from the side. Nice one to start with this class. From there, I think it can maybe get a little more challenging. The young lady that comes out that's going to go in second got the one that's just the next best in terms of freshness, in terms of true product and being very, very fresh. I think a barrel that's got spread and shaped up high. He's wide and square as he goes to the ground. You compare him back to the one that wins the drive. He's maybe just a little heavier in terms of his condition. Maybe I want to lead him up just a shot and make him a bit more expressive. The young lady that comes out from 3, I think, is another barrel that's very, very pliable through his center body. He's got that extra softness through his fore rib and flank. A barrel that gets out and travels well on the ring. He's one as he comes directly at me. He narrows up just a shot through his chest. As he goes directly away, I don't read him quite as powerful on the seat of his pants. Maybe just want to give him just a shot more in terms of shape and dimension through his lower hip and stifle. Young lady brings us a really moderate one that's got some shape and dimension as well. I think a barrel that's definitely not devoid from a product standpoint by any means from the side profile of where I want to fix this guy. He gets too low up front. He's low the way he hinges his neck on the front side of his shoulder. And then from there back, he wants to raise and get tight in his spine, short and steep out of his hip. Barrel that closes the drive, I think from a height to shoulder and length of body standpoint, maybe holds the class advantage. That kind of works against him just a bit in this class because I don't think he's got enough mass and power and product to back it up with that extra frame size. Good class of heavyweight Berkshires. Let's congratulate those exhibitors. Results of class number 2, 5th place, Maverick Etherington. 4th place, Peyton Hunt. 3rd place, Parker Johnson. 2nd place, Kirsten West. 1st place, is Jacob Winger. We are putting your hands together for class number 2. These two exhibitors bring us a really nice pair of barrels as we get both of our class winners out here. I think both of them cover the fundamentals of being good built, being proportional from the side, having some center body about them, and just making sure everything matches up. And I think I appreciate that about both of them. When it comes down to it, there's one that just kind of outmatches the other from a power standpoint. You can honestly fit one inside the other. So much more power in the heavyweight. That young man's going to be your champion. But we bring out our second place one, and I think it gets close between those two as well. As I mentioned in class, I like that barrel an awful lot. Love him for that extra willfulness he has to his rib cage, but still being soft with his center body, shout feature, white skeleton. Just wasn't quite as crisp and expressive in his shape as our winner, but still an awfully good one. I like that young lady for our second best. Let's congratulate her. Your reserve champion, Berkshire, was shown by Kirsten West, and the champion, Berkshire, was shown by Jacob Winger. $10,000 last four. Your odds. Last four. Your odds. Judge this evening is Justin Steerwald from Hillsborough, Indiana. He's an operating superintendent at ADM Training, graduate of the University of Blackhawk East. Justin was a member of the 2009 All-American Collegiate Livestock Training Team and played for a small calf operation focusing on Minnesota Angus genetics, as well as placing the small group of show pigs each year. Get a warm round of applause for Justin for helping us out this afternoon. In the ring now, class 3, first class of Jura, weight from 231 to 266. Good way to start our Duroc barrel classes. I think we've got a lightweight class here. Two barrels that surface pretty quick for me, just being the combination barrels that go to the top just for having enough shape for lightweights, but their flexibility in their build is what drives them to the top. The young man's barrel is one that just proportions so well to the side of having some extra height to the shoulder, an attractive look up front, yet from there back. I think he's still good in his fore rib and back shape. Where he gets the edge over the young lady's barrel in second is when that pair drives directly away from me. He's got the barrel that's the longer hip one. I think he's more flexible off his hip and hind leg. When they go directly away, that one's stouter in, that one's lighter as it goes directly to the ground. Young lady's barrel, from that one's hip forward, I like a lot of things about him. He's good in terms of his back shape, big bladed, big forearm, and he's an up-headed, attractive one. As he goes directly away from it, he wants to flatten and taper a little bit more than I'd like to see out of his hip and stifle. He wants to bring him too close to the ground as he goes away. This young lady's barrel that goes in 3, that's the powerhouse in the class. Easily the stoutest featured, widest constructed everywhere. Love that extra stout skull that he's got in him. As we drive him a little longer, he comes with the most concerns from a skeletal standpoint. Just wants to push too much in his hops as he goes directly away from me. Set his hind legs outside his skeleton. Just want to see him drive with more comfort. And then we close with another very high quality gilt to round us out for this class. I think a Hawkins still has some product in relation to some of those above her. I don't think she had just quite as sheer mass and power as some of them. Wants to narrow up a little more as she comes right at me. She gets a little tighter on her rear hind legs as well too. Good way to start the Duroc classes. Put your hands together for those exhibitors.
Into the bar, class 5, Duroc. Please report to the secretary. Class 5, Duroc.
The results for class number 3, in 4th place was Anthony Johnson. In 3rd place, Kansas Madden. 2nd place, Taylor Smith. 1st place, Kristen Stockford. In the ring is class number 4, Duroc, weighs 271 to 278. This is our last call for showmanship. If you want to do showmanship, you can come up to the front desk or back. Last call for showmanship.
Very deep class in New Rock Barrows as we get into our middleweight class, and I think quality all the way down the line. All four of them offer a lot of things that are good in terms of the industry and what they can offer from a product standpoint. Young man in the black shirt's got our winner, and I think he does so pretty quick for me in this class. I think the one that's easily the combination hog from a flexibility standpoint, balances his proportions so well from the side, but in this class, he's the one that comes at you. Big stout skull, big chest, and leaves you just as impressive. Big impression in back shape. I think I can go ahead and start pretty quick in this class. Second and third, I think is where the challenge lies for me. The young man's better than I went ahead and landed in second. I think won that from a profile and a balance standpoint. I read that man, the taller shouldered, more attractive headed hog. That was leveler, more relaxed in his spine, and better out of his hip. You compare it back to the one that he didn't have just as much as I read him on the backside of his blade, didn't have as much power going away. Hog that comes out here in 3, we got to appreciate for having a big square chest in him, a big blade, and a barrel that's probably just as stout featured, big footed as any in this class. He gets a little tighter on both ends of the skeleton. He's a little lower headed, a little tighter in his spine, and maybe just didn't match up the balance quite as well as those two hogs above him. But for a practicality standpoint, being stout featured, having some muscle, I sure appreciate a lot of things about that one. Then the young lady rounds us out here with another one that's very high quality, a lean, high cutability one in this class that's got a lot of value from a growth standpoint. Again, he's another one that you want to relax in his spine and balance up a little better. He's a narrow skeleton hog in the drive as well. Another big class in New Rock Barrows. Let's congratulate this exhibitor. Results for class number 4. Fourth place was Brooklyn Conwell. Third place was Jake DeLong. Second place was Matthew Ingram. First place was Hunter Fuller. And in the ring now is class number 5 Durox, weighing 280 to 324. Nice way to round out a red barrel show. This young lady drives one directly at me, then I get another one in this class. Wins pretty quick for me. I think a barrel that's easily the freshest as you study him right out of the backside of his blade. Love the extra turn over his top and loin. Big hip and wide as he goes directly away from me. Then as I break him down on the profile, that one's still got a unique head carriage about him. He's attractive, he's good looking. Profiles and balances really well. In this class, I call him acceptable in terms of his skeleton. Just brings us up and so many extras to go ahead and start to drive for me. Second place barrel in the backside of the pin, and that's the next one up. Just from a freshness standpoint, having some product and fresh shape about him. I think a barrel that rivals our class winner from just a blade width, skeletal width standpoint as well. We drive him a little longer. That one gets just a little shorter in terms of his rear steps, a little more restricted in terms of his shoulder and blade. He's just a little shorter to his face and shorter hip as well. But I think the other practical barrel that has product and expression and freshness. Young man brings us one that comes in 3, and I think third and fourth that was a challenging pair to sort. They're very different in their types and kinds. This pair is just the most honest in terms of his muscle. You get in and read him. This guy's better in his forearm blade. He's more powerful. He's fresher in terms of his shape. Obviously, we've got an injury or some sort of a structural issue with this guy, just not wanting to put enough weight on one of those rear 2, and that kind of throws him off balance. But I think in terms of product and correctness of finish, I think he's a barrel that can stay in the top 3. Love the young man's barrel that comes out from the side profile. This guy's really soft-centered, very, very practical through the center part of his rib. It proportions very well from the profile. And this is when he comes out and he goes directly away is where I really got to change it. too narrow in his leg and chest, too flat and narrow going away from me, just too plain and nondescript in his muscle shape. Sparrows they come out next. I think this sparrow is one that's really wide, big chested, big bladed, just gets too uncoordinated on his rear too, a little plainer and coarser in his overall makeup. Sparrow that comes out from the south today, he's a big frame, probably one of the heavier weight ones in the class, so you really like him from a performance standpoint, but past that, he's just the narrowest skeleton, the lightest muscle, and the stalest in terms of his condition and presentation. Good way to round up the Duroc Barrows. Help me congratulate those exhibitors as they exit.
Into the car, class 6, Chester, please make your way out to the class 6, Chester White.
Results for class number 5. In 6th place, Sadie Simpson. 5th, Emma Byram. 4th, Garrett Eddy. 3rd, Connor Workman. 2nd, Casey Wiley. In 1st place is Ellery Newhouse.
Yeah, Ella forgot to bring the other brushes, so I threw them out.
really good trio of Duroc Ferrets, and I think each one of them kind of represent the other, and then you just start to break them down and just think about the basics that they all represent. I think they're all plenty good in terms of their skeleton. They're all genuine in the ground. They're square in terms of their basic build, yet they still have some practicality to them. I think there's a pair of them that start to make it a little closer for me, but as I just continue to study them, there's one that's just a shot more unique in the way it's built. Being so massive and so rugged in terms of his skeleton, so balanced, attractive in his build, extremely heavy in terms of his muscle. At times, maybe he wants to be a little more hesitant, just slower geared as we get him out and drive him. But when she just lets him get out and cruise and relax, I think that's the one to tie into. Young lady on the heavy class. As we come out for reserve, I think there's one that follows that champion awfully nice out here. Maybe just a little extra moderate, very stout featured, square built, hollow all around. Awfully nice one. That's this young man right here. Let's congratulate him. Your reserve champion, Duroc, was shown by Hunter Poolin, and your champion, Duroc, was shown by Ellery Newhouse. Nice round of applause for those two. In the conclusion of Class 8, we're going to take a short 10-minute break to do some sanitizing of the holding pens of the show arena. So for Class 8, we're going to take a short break.
Attention to our Class 7 cancers. Please make your way up to the makeup break. Class 7 cancers.
Entering now is class number 6, Chester, weight of 260 to 314.
just one class in Chester Barrows, but I think a very deep one from top to bottom, quality all the way through. Young men's lighter weight Barrows got their class winner, and I think he's the one that I gravitate towards pretty quick out here. Love the stoutness of feature in this guy. Love the flexibility and just how comfortable he is. He's the most 12 o'clock as we talk about just finish and correctness in terms of his composition. Big back, big rib, proportions really, really well on the side. I like that one a lot here at the Chester Drive. Young man on the far side has got your reserve, and I think another one very expressive in terms of his back shape. He's an attractive headed barrow that's good and flexible out of his hip. He's big-footed and heavy skeleton. You compare him back to the one that wins. I don't read him with just as much true bulk to the center part of his rib. I don't read him with quite as much turn to the upper portion of his skeleton, but I think one that's still very, very high quality. Young lady comes out 3. I think probably one of the heavier hogs on the drive. One just in terms of true product and massive width. You've got to appreciate that about him. He's pushing it too far for me from a condition standpoint. I've got to lean this guy up and freshen him up to get him to work any higher. And then a barrow that close to the drive. Tall shoulders, good skeleton, and stout feature. He's a barrow that comes out. He's just too narrow and flat in terms of his skeleton. Too flat and narrow that goes directly away. Just got to have more true product and this guy to work him up any further. Really nice class of Chester Barrows. My congratulations to those exhibitors.
Attention our class 8 third. You would do the resolution, class 8 third.
Votes for class number 6, in 4th place was Wyatt Warner, in 3rd place was Piper James. Your reserve tester was Jacob Bramble, and your champion was shown by Silas Flannery. Put your hands together for all those exhibitors. Transferring now in class number 7 of Hampshire Barrows, weights are 211 and 256.
Tough class of Hampshires, and I think a class that we get them out here. The three hogs that surface to the top are probably the lightest weight ones in the drive, but for me, they're the freshest and most correct. I think as we get them out here, of that top three, I think the young lady's bear is the one that looks the most, just in terms of shape and spread and dimension, right out of the backside of his plate. Maybe like some of the other classes, we don't have the one out here that just finds us and just checks all the boxes for me. But in this class, I think he's the one that's just the freshest, the most genuine in terms of his skeleton as he drives directly at me. He's a bear as you study him from the side, very highly presented, a very attractive kind of a hog that still balances up well. Still a nice one to start the class. Young man's got a lighter weight one that goes in second, but I think one that offers a lot of quality to him. He's probably a shot bigger footed and just more rugged in terms of his design than our bear that wins the drive. As I get right in on him, I don't read near the mass and spread and shape up on it. I don't read it quite as bulky and square in his chest as it comes directly at me. Another smaller, lighter weight hog that comes out next, and I think another one that's still got a lot of quality to him. He's a wide-chested one that's good through the center part of his body. He's a little plainer as I read him up high in relation to those two hogs above him. As we get him out and drive him a little longer, he'll want to plant and stab that rear hind leg, wants to roll his hop as he goes directly away from me. Young lady brings us one that comes out next. We've got the two heavier weight bearers that drive out next. This guy's big in terms of his rib shape. He's extra soft to the center part of his body. He's one that doesn't balance up good enough for me. A little lower headed, a little steeper hip, tighter there in his spine, and cleaner as you study him up high. Then the bear that closes the class. Easily the widest, the biggest rib, just most powerful hog in the drive. For me, this is a hog that just reads short and small everywhere. He's too short in terms of his face and neck, too short and steep out of his hip. Just need to make this guy bigger in his kind and just see him more relaxed and more comfortable as he gets out and drives. Excellent class of Hampshires. Let's give them all a round of applause.
Class number 7, 5th place was Reagan Tillman. 4th place was Sadie Simpson. 3rd place was Will Baxter. Your reserve champion was Reed Sparling. Your champion amateur was shown by Emma Wyler. Put your hands together for those exhibitors. Entering the ring now is class H. Herford, weighing 247 to 277.
Really nice deep class of Hereford Barrows. The young man in the blue long sleeve shirt on the far side's got the bear to win. And I think he's the combination around here that checks the boxes for me. I'm bringing enough of everything to the table and easily being the freshest, the most muscular, the lightest in terms of his skeleton. Awfully good for the start. I think his structure is acceptable. He's starting to wear down just a shot as we drive him going longer, but I think his ankles are good. He balances well from the side. I think he's one I can stay really comfortable with going ahead and start. From the profile, just the side outline of the young man's bigger barrel that goes into. I love that guy just from a balance standpoint of being tall shouldered, good spine, and good hip. We love the extra flexibility in him as well. As I rate him up high in relation to that class winner, he's just too plain and soft and nondescript in terms of his upper skeleton. I want to see more lean muscle and just maybe peel back just a shot of condition. And then I think that top pair can get really close in a hurry. Young man that comes out here in 3. I think one that's just kind of a meat and potatoes, all 3 kind of a barrel. I think one that maybe just doesn't jump out and grab you in any certain area, but he's hard to pick a big major hole in. He's good skeleton, he balances well. There just wasn't quite as much in terms of sheer mass and product and just total width and skeleton as those barrels above him, but still a very high quality one. The different one of the class comes out here next, and the young man in the yellow shirt, easily the most muscular, widest, stoutest, just bulkiest one in the class, and I appreciate that about him. He's just got to handle it better for me to work him any higher, and I think if he does that, that's That makes the whole class very, very interesting, but he's just not going good enough, not good in terms of his skeleton in relation to those three bears above him. And then we close with the bear that is more comfortable than the one that goes directly above him. I just don't have enough in terms of the product and freshness standpoint in this guy. He's big scaled, long body, but for me, he's the narrowest, the flattest, and the lightest muscle. Really nice class of Hereford barrows. Congratulate all those exhibitors as they exit the ring.
Results of class number 8. In fifth place was Riley Keller. Fourth place was Wyatt Warner. Third place was Gavin White. Your reserve champion was shown by Joe Ford, and your champion Hereford was shown by Noah Zook. Put your hands together for those exhibitors. Just a heads up, guys. Josh is going to come around and break the edge of those fences up there. So if you don't want to get wet, hot Arby, you might get If you drive a white GMC Acadia license plate SC4506, you are blocking trailers and your vehicle needs to be moved. A white GMC Acadia.
Attention to bar, if you're driving a white GMC Acadia, license plate SC4506, your vehicle is blocking trailers and needs to be moved. A white GMC Acadia. Attention to the bar, last side, hand brake, please make your way up to the hand brake, last side, hand brake. Attention to the bar, class 10, forward. Please raise your right hand. Class 10, forward.
Real nice class to jump back into after break, and I think one that falls together really, really easy for me. Young lady on the far side of the ring who's got her champion land race, and I think a barrel that hits me hard just for how much he brings to the table as far as being so complete, bringing all the totals up here. Barrel that proportions incredibly well from the side. Love how high he aims his head and neck on the front side of his blade. He's good to the center part of his body, good and flexible out of his hips. Still fresh and shapely up high, ultra flexible. Nice one to go ahead and start with. Second and third, maybe there are some differences, particularly from a skeletal standpoint. But if I go in and just start to break it down in terms of product, genuine width, and who's just naturally the more powerful hog, that's the young lady sparrow. Where do I want to fix him? I want to fix him from a balance and skeletal standpoint. A little too higher and tighter in his spine. Doesn't quite go up to the tip and hind leg, quite ideal. The barrel that closes the glass. Tall shoulders, long body, extended, probably a bit more flexible than the barrel that goes ahead of him. He's just a little too flat, farther to the center part of his rib, narrows up too much as he goes away from me. Excellent class of landrace barrels. My compliments to those exhibitors.
This is our class 11 spot. Please report to holding pens. Class 11, Swine.
Your results for class number 9, third place was Will Baxter. Your reserve was shown by Madison Baxter, and your champion land race was shown by Ashland County. Please put your hands together for those successes. Our judge today is Justin Steerwall, Hillsborough, Indiana. The operations superintendent at ADM Grain, the graduate of Purdue University of Black Hawk East, a member of the 2009 All-American Collegiate Livestock Judging Team, and his wife run a small cattle farm operation focusing on Senegal English genetics. And they also place sponsor for the showcase each year. Please put your hands together for Justin Steerwall. See our judge in the track.
Tough class to pull to sort through, kind of a mixed bag in terms of types and kinds. I guess just grab any flavor that suits you best and roll with it. As we continue to drive more of off with the young man in the maroon shirt, I think that's the combination barrel that just stays the most flexible out here. And with that, he's still the freshest in terms of his back shape. Square's the most genuine as you read him out the back side of the leg. I think he's more correct in his composition. For the young lady's barrel that goes in 2. I think a barrel that's just a good, complete one. Hardly pick a hole in this one to start the class. The young lady's barrel on the far side, the one that probably hit me the hardest in terms of first impression. I like that one to the center part of his rib. I like how rugged he is in his skeleton. He's got spread up high. He's just a little rounder as you study him in terms of his shape. As we continue to drive him, he's more forward in his shoulder, and that results in him being just more restricted on both ends of his skeleton. young lady, smaller barrel goes at 3 for me today, and I think third and fourth were pretty close in terms of that placing. I think the young lady's barrel is just more correct in his skeleton. I think he's got more reach on both ends. When you break it down to the patients, those other two, he's a little shorter hips and shorter face, a little heavier in terms of his condition as well. The barrel that drives out and rounds out the class for us. I think another one that's definitely not short from a muscle standpoint. He's got some width to him. He's got some shape working out of the back of his blade. As we just drive his off a little longer, he comes with those issues and just doesn't wants to wear out just a little bit as we ask him to drive. He's a barrel that just too straight his shoulder and tied up his hip. Just doesn't stay coordinated enough for me. Nice class of polar bears. Congratulate those exhibitors as they exit.
This is another class 12, class 12,
Your results for class number 10, fourth place, Gavin Rittenauer. Third, Kenzie DeGrasse. Second place, Lazarus Smith. And your champion bullets are shown by Seth Hunt. Please give a nice round of applause for those exhibitors. During the ring now is class 11, Bob, weighing 230 to 280.
I told him it earlier. I also told him, like, you don't want to be in the middle of your first one. You want to be on the opposite. He was. He got How do you know? How do you Is he gonna get a bath? I'm gonna get a bath. That's an hour. No, they're not. Yeah, I'm a yellow cat.
I think probably the toughest class of the day, in my opinion, so far. I think the top trio gets me pretty quick as they get on here. As we just continue to drive them, I think James becomes the combination of our barrels in the second and third, as we just continue to keep these calls out here and ask them to get out and drive. And he's the one with the most endurance, and he's the one with the biggest motor. Our barrel is good, flexible in terms of the skeleton, stout in terms of his features, proportions really well from the side. Is he just aggressive in terms of his back shape as our third place barrel? Definitely not, but I think he's the one that combines the flexibility and balance with our hogging two with extra shape and dimension as our barrel third. I think he's the one that brings enough of everything to the table. Young lady smaller barrel, that's one that's awfully good. He's starting to fight her a little bit, but even as he does that, I think he still stays flexible. I think his angles are right. He's got enough shape for me today. I think if it just comes down to it, I just need more of it, more total, just mass and product. Need more maturity in this guy, and I think his better days are definitely ahead of him. Young lady sparrow here that goes in 3. When that one hit the ring, I thought here's the one to beat. Extremely explosive in terms of back shape, wide everywhere, stout featured. As we just continue to try it, he wants to come in too many pieces for me. Wants to break there at the same one junction. Gets too tight, labor too much out of his shoulder. Wants to set those lines 2 down a little too hard and short for me behind. But an awfully good trio, and I think each one of those exhibitors do an excellent job. Barrel that drives out next, another one that's very tractable, pliable, and soft to the center part of his body. He's a barrel that's good and flexible in terms of his skeleton. He's one that comes right out. He's too narrow through his blade, chest, and forearm. Doesn't have quite the shape and spread that I want to see up high. Barrel that comes out next, one of the lighter weight ones in the drive, but I think one that I like from a balance standpoint from the side. I think everything fits from a profile standpoint. He narrows up too much as he goes away from me. He gets too plain and flat through his upper skeleton. And then our young lady that closes the class, I think the high cut ability, hog of the drive, and I appreciate that about him. He's very expressive, long bodied, extended from his leg forward. He's just too hard to the center part of his rib. I just need to soften this guy up and just give him more true width as he goes away from me. Excellent class of spotted barrels. The barrel is a very challenging drive. My compliments to all those exhibitors.
Attention, class 13, yours. Please raise your hand and hold your hands. Class 13, yours.
Your results for class 11, in 6th place, Lavender Smith. 5th place, Reed Walden. 4th place, Jacob Winger. 3rd place, Olivia Fuller. Your reserve champion was shown by Warren Kelly, and your champion was Patrick Kenny. Put your hands together for those exhibitors.
Just one Tamworth barrel out here today, but I think one that can stand quite a bit of heat out here. I think a barrel that checks a lot of boxes for being ultra flexible as the young man gets him out here and drives him. But I think one that's got the product and shape that should reach him up high. He balances well to the side. He's square and true to the ground. Young man does an excellent job, and I think he's got a really nice Tamworth barrel. Let's congratulate him.
The conclusion of Class 12, your champion Tamworth was shown by Andrew Hartman. Give him a nice round of applause.
Julie Barr, class 14. Yours, please make your way up to the Livingston, class 14. Yours.
In the ring now, Class 13, York, weighing 245 to 261. After Class 14, we will take another 5 to 10 minute break, spray down the whole stencil along the end. That'll be after Class 14.
Good way to start our first of 2 Yorkshire classes, and I think we've got a nice pair that jump up to the top pretty quick for me. And up to 2, if defaults drive right at me and drive directly away, that's where the young lady's bear gets the edge. I think a bear has the stouter features one as you study him through his skull, and that translates to having the bigger blade, the bigger forearm, the bigger chest. He goes directly away from me. That one's stouter, wider in his pin set. He's wider and just bulkier as he goes directly away. And then you still combine that with a balanced look, and I think a skeleton that gets that angle plenty acceptable for me in this drive. Young man's grabbing second from the side profile, rivals our class winner, and that one's probably I probably prefer the way that one utilizes the side leg, maybe just a shot better as he comes right at me. He's just not near as stout and powerful as our winner. A little flatter as you study him through his hip and lower stifle and narrower as he goes directly away from me. Barrows in 3 and 4, I think, are very similar. The barrow in 3rd probably reads with just a shot more shape right on the back of his shoulder. He's more powerful as he leads me. He wants to narrow up too much as you study him at the ground. He wants to bring his front feet in too much together. He's narrower as he goes directly away from me. The barrel that drives out next, kind of the same thing goes with him. He's a little narrower at the ground, particularly as he drives right at me. When I read him up high, he's too plain at the back of his shoulder. I want to get him more as he goes directly away from me, but I think a barrel that's built right and balanced as well. And then we get a barrel that comes out next. You'll love the extra center body about him. I think maybe he's one of the center barrel, and I appreciate that about him. Again, as we drive this guy a little longer, he's a little flatter-footed. He's a barrel that just doesn't get out and stays comfortable. He's a little more restricted on both ends of his skeleton, but they do an excellent job of getting him shown. Let's give them all an excellent round of applause on the exit of the ring.
Your results for Class 13, 5th place was Jake DeLeon. In 4th place was Eli Elkins. In 3rd place was Tyler Ballinger. In 2nd place was Christian Stockberger. And in 1st place was Anna Kelly. Give all those exhibitors a nice round of applause. Creating the ring now is Class 14 of York's, weighing 265 to 310. After we pick our champion Yorkshires, again we will be spraying down the holding pin and the fence along the side of the show arena. It should just be about a 5 to 10 minute race.
class of heavyweight Yorkshires, and I think from top to bottom, probably just the deepest one we've had all day. It was hard to put one of those at the bottom of the class because I think they're all very high quality hogs. With that said, I think the young lady in the center of the ring still got to complete one of this drive to go ahead and grab a hold of pretty quick out here. And again, I think another one that's just a complete kind of a hog, balance as well. He's the freshest in terms of back shape. He's the most genuine underneath, and I think handles it good enough in this class. Second and third is where the challenge lies for me. They're both very different in their type and kind. The young lady's more moderate hog, the one that I went ahead and elected to put in second. I think that's a bear as you study him at the ground and just talk about which one's the most genuine underneath. I think that's the one that's the next best. He's the squarer one of his chest. He's the stouter one in his feature, and I think he's wider as he goes directly away. You get right in on this guy. He's big and bold through his upper skeleton, powerful as you study him from behind. He just gets too low fronted, and when he does that, that just kind of throws him off balance. So that's what lays him there in second, but I think one that's still very high quality. Young lady's bear that comes out free, I think is maybe a little more like the type and kind of our class winner. He's tall fronted, he's more extended than the bear that goes in two, and I do like his shape that he's got up high. For me, it just didn't match at the ground. He comes out a little too narrow through his chest, leaves me a little narrow from behind, and just wants to funnel too much at the ground. The gilt that drives out next, I like on the side profile, and I like the flexibility about her. She's the softest centered one in this class, and I sure appreciate that. She gets too stale at the top side of her blade, and from there back, just gets a little plain and flatter to her upper skeleton. Then our bear that rounds out the drive, I think is another one you like for having some attractiveness and balance from the side. Again, just gets a little staler and flatter as you study him through his upper skeleton. Narrows up a little more than I'd like to see going away. Excellent class of heavy Yorkshires. Put your hands together for those exhibitors.
Results for class 14, York. In fifth place was Ray Combs. In fourth place was Sydney Combs. In third place, Tessa Workman. In second place, Reagan Crimson. And in first place was Rachel Bass. And the ring now is your champion Yorkshire drive.
Just for a reminder, that area, you are the
good pair of Yorkshire Bears, and I think too that got through their classes pretty quick, and I think they're the two that really get out here and stick quite well for as we get out here for champion. I think they're both very high quality hogs that are acceptable in the way they get out here and you study them in their skeleton. They both proportion and balance up well. They're both very high presented hogs that are maxed out in terms of the way these young exhibitors drive them. For me, I think there's one that just comes out and walks you through his chest and he's squarer everywhere. He's a bear that's more secure and square in his hog placement. I think he's more correct in his foot faster as you take him to the ground. Awfully good pair. Your champion Yorkshire is going to be really quite good. Let's congratulate her. We bring out the second place hog, and he sure fits in really really, really well. I mentioned in class, loving from the side profile, love his flexibility, just didn't quite have near as much in terms of power and width all the way through. Our reserve is one that I love for that extra power and stoutness and feature. Love his proportions from the side, just a spot or two in terms of his skeleton. I wanted to tweak him, but still an awfully good one. See him ladies heavyweight, Chili Reserve Yorkshire.
Your reserve Yorkshire was shown by Rachel Mass, and your champion Yorkshire was shown by Anna Kelly. Give those cougars a nice round of applause. Attention in the bar. Those of you sitting in the stand, you're not allowed to sit in the areas where they're taped off. Some people that please sit in an area that is not. Before we start our crossbred show, there are 12 classes of crossbred. We're going to show all 12 classes. Then we're going to bring back the first and second place winners of the first 6 classes of crossbred. They'll show for Division 1, reserve champion and champion. And then we'll bring back the first and second place finishers of the last 6 classes of crossbred. They will show for champion, reserve champion of Division 2. And then Justin will sort out the champions and reserve champions of both divisions that claim the champion trophy.
Attention to the bar, last 15 crossbred, please put your way on the movement. Last 15 crossbred. Attention in the order. As we get started with the Crossbred show, there is 12 classes of Crossbreds. Each class will share the order. After the conclusion of the 12th class, we'll bring back the first and second position for the first 6 classes. Stick on the champion for Division 1 and reserve team for Division 1. And we'll bring back the first and second place finishers of the last 6 classes of Crossbred to get a champion and reserve champion for Division 2. And the champion overall Crossbred will be the Division 1 and Division 2 champion. Attention in the order. Class 16 Crossbred. You can go class 16.
Class 15, Crossbred. Crossbred weighing 141 to 225.
Good way to start our crossbred market hog show, and I think good hogs all the way down. This class really represents quality at a high level. The top two, I think, is where the most discussion is, and in my opinion, young lady's skunk-headed barrow that's going to start, I think does so for having that extra rugged build about him. I think he's just the complete one to latch onto in this class. I think a barrow that's got some width up front and width going away. Muscular barrow that balances well from the side and stays really, really flexible. It's through the center part of his body is where I think the biggest advantage over the bluegill is. I read him more full apart there at the top of his leg, wider and more powerful through his upper skeleton. He's a bit softer and more pliable through the center part of his rib. The bluegill, not well unfolded into the skeleton. She's big and wide in her chest and blade and forearm. She's really wide as she goes directly away from me. She's a gill that you study her through the center part of her body. She's just a little harder, flatter, and drier through that center rib. She's a little more uncoordinated as she goes away from me on those rear two, but still an awfully good one in this class. The all belted gills that comes out in 3. I think from a cutability and expression standpoint, I like that about her. She's very heavy muscled and a very lean hog in this class. She too is a little harder through the center part of her rib, drier through her rear flank. Just didn't balance up and stay as practical as I wanted to see her. The barrow that drives out next is the exact opposite. He's soft-centered, very pliable through his rib. He's a barrow that's got some width to him. He's just too plain and round in his skeleton for me. Just pushing a little more condition than I want to see, particularly at this stage of beginning. And then the red hog that closes the class, probably a little leaner, more expressive than the one directly in front of her. There's just not enough to her today to get her to work any higher. Just the lightweight, light muzzle one that narrows up too much of the ground. Good way to start our crossbred. Let's give all those kids a hand.
Again, class 17 class 17
Your results for class 15, in 5th place was Graham Berry, 4th place was Graham Berry, in 3rd place was Jenna Schaefer, in 2nd place was Caitlin McGrath, and in 1st place was Monica Conwell. Please give another good her a nice round of applause. Entering the ring in class 16 are crossbred weighing 226 to 240.
Definitely turn the heat up a little bit more in this class. I think from a top-end competitive standpoint, and still in terms of depth and quality throughout the entire class, I think these are the two showgrads that surface for me that maintain flexibility and balance and proportions from the side. When it comes down to it, young ladies grab just blows the other one away as you read them in terms of top side power, width and stoutness going away, and as you break them down at the ground, that was so much more ruggedness, skeleton, and stouterness feature. I like the young man's bear in the second. The extra fresh shapes he's got up high, the balance in terms of the way his head and neck transition into the front side of his leg. He cranks his tail head up there high on the top side of his back. I think that one proportions well, stays flexible. There's just not near as much hog there as you read them as they come at you. You read them up high and you read them in terms of substance at the ground. Young ladies, bear that drives out next, the louder mark hog. This is one that I like in terms of practicality, stoutness, and feature. I like it in terms of the way he gets out and stays comfortable out here. He's a bear that's got muscle too, going away. This guy pushes and rolls his hops too much. Got his squaring up, maybe making a little taller shoulder and better looking from the side. Young man's white gilt that drives out next. One that you like from a flexibility standpoint. I think this is one that really just has a high here the whole time. But when they're running a little more than he wants on her. But I think that shows her extra flexibility. She's stout in terms of her feature. I get right in on this when she flattens too much in her blade, didn't have near the rib shape or upper skeleton as those ones that work above her. Another bear, big-footed, heavy structure. You like him through his center body. He's too short out of his hip, a little more uncoordinated as you study him through his hind leg. Then we got a blue bear that drives out next. You really like this guy through his center body and just how soft he is through his rib. He wants to handle his hind legs a little different than I'd like to see today. Just doesn't stay comfortable enough once they throw him outside his skeleton. He's maybe pushing it from a condition standpoint if he's lighter weight. And then we get the blue hawk that the young lady brings out that finishes us today. This is the bear you like from his hip forward. He's got some things you like from a balance standpoint. His skeleton's good. He just needs more power and more rib and more shape going away. to get that one to work any higher. Very, very nice class to Crossbred Barrows. My compliments to those exhibitors.
Attention of our class 18. Please report to attention class 18.
Results for class 16 in 7th place was Jenna Schaefer. In 6th place was William Lovelace. In 5th place was Andrew Hartman. 4th place, Corbin Crumley. 3rd place, Kirsten West. 2nd place, Kristen Stockberg. And in 1st place was Ashlyn Kelly. In the ring now is class 17. These things weigh 244 and 250.
Another very good deep class of Crossbred Market Hogs, and I think another one that gets really, really good is the Study them on top. Young man's got our complete one out here, and I think the combination hog of the 2 and 3, I think a barrel that you love from the side profile, and just the way this guy hinges his neck on the front side of his blade and runs uphill, just gives you such a proportional look from the side. From there back, he's still very soft and practical through his inner rib. He's big and square in terms of his back shape. Love the hip and hind leg in this guy, square and genuine as he comes and goes. I like that one on the line from the drive. Second, third could maybe get a little closer, but as they just continue to drive, the ladies blue barrel stays quite a bit more comfortable for me. I think he's better as he gets out of his shoulder with more reach up front. He again is more flexible as he gets the hind leg. He maybe just didn't have quite that elite look from the side as our young man's class winner. Didn't read it quite as tall shoulder. They're just good looking and attractive up front. But from there back, Deborah does a lot of things right. I sure appreciate that about him. Young lady Princess is very highly presented when they go in 3. Big-footed, stout in terms of his feature. I like the extra back shape he's got laid in him too. We drive him a little longer. He's just straighter, more restricted on both ends of the skeleton. Too uncoordinated as he handles his hip and hop, but still an awfully good one. We bring a very lean, high cutability heel that comes out. The young lady is white-footed one. On this heel, got some shape and turn on line. I like that a lot about her. She's got some feature too. She just comes in a harder package than some of those that go above her. You like to blow her apart to the center portion of her rib and just soften her up there just a bit. Bradley drives out next. I like for having that extra soft center body about him. He's good in terms of his flexibility. He balances well from the side. As I read him up high, he just gets too flat and plain to his upper skeleton. Wants to throw those hind legs just a little bit outside the skeleton there at times as well too. And then we get a blue hog that's very similar to the one that goes directly above him. This guy's built right, he balances well. As you get in on him and just start to read him in terms of market hog shape and throttle. I just don't read there being enough there. He's too narrow as he comes at you. Not shapely enough up high. He's more as he goes directly away. Really nice class. Put your hands together for this exhibitor.
The gentlemen are class 19. Please make their way over to class 19.
Your results for class 17, 6th place, Seth Hunt. 5th place, Brayden Ludwig. 4th place, Danielle Dustin. 3rd place was Lexi Newhouse. 2nd place was Lauren Kelly. And your 1st place winner was Riker Luck. Please give those exhibitors a nice round of applause. Entering the ring now is class 18, Crossbred weighing 255 to 260.
Attention everyone, if you're doing mini race tomorrow, and you're releasing some of the announcers again, you're doing mini race. If you plan to do the mini race, someone take out the mini race.
Just continue to get really neat classes all the way through, and then we still get some major beaters up on top. And I think nothing different here in this class. Two really good barrels that surface for me, and they surface pretty quick. I think I wrestled with them a little bit, going back and forth. And I think just as I continue to break them down, this young lady's barrel is the one that I think brings the most, just in terms of having some squareness, still being really powerful all the way through. Fresh, back shake lady, and yet a barrel that still balances extremely well, stays flexible. Really, really nice one to go ahead and start. That takes nothing away from this all black hog that goes in too. I think this one's still awfully good, and just the price should you get right in on him. If he's got as much, if not more, just true straight and shape and sitting right on the backside of the blade. Love it with the upper part of his ribs. Love how stout he is in terms of his feature. He's one that maybe doesn't come at me just quite as busted open and square as our class winner. As we continue to drive him, he's just a little shorter everywhere in relation to the hog that wins. He can be a little uncoordinated from behind as he starts to get worked up out there, but that one still stays flexible enough to be, I think, still a very high quality one to go to in this class. Predominantly white barrel that comes out in 3. I think one that you really like is the center part of his body, just a really bulky kind of a hog. You love him in terms of his rib shape. He's the one that's a little shorter stepping from behind, a little crespier around his neck. Just didn't balance up quite as well on the side. Really muscular hog that comes out next, has all the dimension and shape that you can ask for. He comes out to wide, he leaves even wider. He's a barrel that just breaks down too much as we drive him a little longer. He's tighter up front. He's more restricted from behind and wants to tuck the hind leg up underneath himself and just not give it a good proportional look from the side. Gilt that drives out next, you like from the profile, just needs to come at you wider through her chest and maybe wider with a bigger hind leg from behind. And then the blue hog that rounds out our drive, you like from the profile as well. Like the flexibility in this guy, there's just not enough of him, particularly as they're reading boots up the skeleton and then going directly away from me. Another very deep class of crossbred barrels. Put your hands together for those exhibitors.
Attention our last 20, make your way to Wilmington, last 20.
Your results for Class 18. In sixth place was Parker Johnson. Fifth place was Ella Byron. Fourth place was Tyler Ballinger. Third place was Jason Porteray. Second place was Riker Mock. And first place was Addison E. Give us a nice round of applause for all of us. Entering the ring is Class 19, mixed weight 260 to 264.
Another nice class and a good trio of them to start here on top. Again, I think the complete one's the one here. They can just pack the most heat in terms of shape and spread and dimension. Ultra big hip running in this guy, but yet he still gets out and goes so flexible out here. Proportions so well from the side. I think still a really, really nice one to start in this class. The Crow Belt Barrel that goes to 2, I think, is another one. Very, very complete kind of a haul. Balances extremely well from the side. From his shoulder back, I think maybe as good as our class winner. I love how flexible he is. He's square going away from me. He's coming right out. He's where I think he definitely gets beat. He flattens too much in his blade, forearm, and chest. He's frailer in terms of his feature and skull. Still an awfully good one. Blue spotted from his hip forward, I think runs right in there with those top two. He's big chested, he's big bladed, he's big forearm. Like him as he comes with turn out of the top side of his blade. He's good to the center part of his rib. As he goes away from me, he wants to narrow up too much at the ground. He's shorter in his rear steps as well. Barrett that drives it out next is one of the most powerful ones of the drive, and I like a lot of things about him. Love how he comes directly at me, so busted open in his chest. He's massive in terms of his back shape. He's massive from behind. He pushes his hind legs too far outside his skeleton for me. It just doesn't handle him good enough from behind. The blue-eyed Barrett that comes out next is another one we like in terms of muscle shape. He's a very high product kind of a hog, but it's good to the center part of his body. This dog wants to finer it a little bit more. He just gets too restricted on both ends. He'd like to change it there at the crest of his neck as well as to make the shot more attractive. Barrett drives out next. Definitely not short of muscle either. He's big-footed and heavy structure. He's a little cleaner in the way his muscle shaped on him. He's a bear that doesn't balance up quite as well. You can see him go a little more comfortable from behind too. You know he's got the red gills that closes the class. I like her from her flexibility. I like the balance from the side. As you read her up high, there's just not enough hog there. You got to just blow her apart with her other skeleton, give her more width and power along the way. Another extremely deep class of crossbred market hogs. Help me congratulate those exhibitors.
Results for class 19. 7th place was Jessica Hartman. 6th place was Eric Shepard. 5th place was Adele Coleman. 4th place was Dave Cordray. 3rd place was Olivia Foley. 2nd place was Ellery Newhouse, and the class winner, Anna County. Kudos to her for the next round of applause. Entering the ring now is class 20. For big weight 269 272. We'd like to take a moment to thank our ring help. In the ring, we have Molly Shepard, Brian Newhouse, Caleb Newhouse, Garrett Wiley, and Connor Young. Give those things a nice round of applause.
What if he has to go back?
Another good class of Crossbred, and maybe one that's a little more challenging to score, particularly up here on the top end. But I think the young lady's got the show barrel, the drive, and still got that ultra elite look, the profile. Love how high-handed this guy is, small shouldered, and yet as you're reading on their back, he still transitions really well into a nice top shape and forehead. He's good out of the tip, balances extremely well. I think he's plenty acceptable from a flexibility standpoint. Yeah, he's still square and genuine and has enough of everything. I think he's still a nice one to go ahead and start. Soundest and most flexible class comes here too, and I think this guy balances up really well too. In relation to that pair of the feet, he's a little frailer in terms of his hind leg, frailer in terms of his feature as he's studying through his skull. And I read just the nickel finger out the back, and I feel the shoulder and then going away from me. But I love that guy's build and presence from the side. Awfully good one to go to in this class. Barely comes out here in 3. He has an extra big footed and stout feature. He's a barrel that's got some muscle as you're reading online. He's a little more on forehead as you study him out through his hip and hind leg. And he's just a little coarser out through his crest and just didn't balance up quite as well as those two hogs. They go directly above him. Young lady brings us up Blue Barrel. And from here on out, we've got some issues that we need to sort through. But I think young lady Barrel just the best built on the most correct in terms of his composition. He gets a little flatter, lighter muscle in relation to those others, but I think of that bottom 3, he's the leanest, he's the most correct in his skeleton. Barely drops out next, really wide and bulky. You like that about him, you like the extra chest sleeve he's got in him. He's a little frailer as you think into the ground, tighter on both ends of his skeleton, pushing more condition than I want to see on it today. And then our black-headed barrel that closes, really wide, massive center body, stout feature. He just doesn't handle either. He doesn't handle either of the skeleton, either end of the skeleton good enough for me. I got to make it bigger in his kind. I got to make it more extended everywhere. Another nice class of Crossbreds. Congratulate those kids on a nice job.
This is our class 22. Class 22.
Your results for class 20. 6th place, Eli Elkins. 5th place, Molly Lovelace. 4th place, Lon Alexander. 3rd place, Ethan Byron. 2nd place, Connor Wortham. Your winner of that class was Rachel Mass. Your hands together for that. Entering the ring now, class 21. Off the weight 272, 275.
another deep class, top to bottom. I think we've got some heaters up here on top. But I think when it comes down to it, I think our young lady's Belton hog that's going to win the class. That's the combination of the two hogs in 2 and 3. I think he's a barrow that, as you get on top of him, this guy's just super explosive in terms of his blade shape. And then from there back, just a monster back laid in him. Really stout in and wide as he gets out and travels directly away from me. He's a barrow that still like his hind leg and how flexible he stays out here. He's naturally higher headed than our barrow that goes in 2. I think he's the power hog that still balances well and stays flexible. 2 and 3, I think you got 2 different types of kinds, but I think as these hogs drive at me and drive away from me, I read just more stoutness of feature, more squareness, and more genuine width and product than the young lady's louder Markland. He's big chested, he's big bladed, massive in terms of his back shape and center body. He's a hog as you're reading on either end of his skeleton. You just want to stretch him out on both ends. He's naturally the lower headed hog that's thicker about his neck. He's shorter up front, he's shorter out of his hip. Barrow that drives out here in 3 from the side profile. He's the freshest in terms of his head and neck and just being super attractive up front. I think he balances and proportions well, aside from maybe wanting to clean him up there and slinks his shot, but I don't think that's what gets him beat. I think it's when he comes right out. I think he's a little narrower in his chest, closer at his knee and flatter in his blade. And when you get right on top of that trio, he's the flattest through his upper skeleton. He flattens the most through his hip and stifle, but still an awfully good one to go 3 in this class. The blue hog that drives out next. We talk about foot size, bone, and being rugged. This one holds your class advantage there. He's got some very intriguing pieces. He's a bear as you get on top of him. Just gets a little plainer and flatter through his upper skeleton, shorter out of his hip and shorter in his rear step. Young lady brings a white belt and one you really appreciate the center part of his body and just how soft and practical he is. He's another one, just gets too plain up high and maybe pushes the limit from a condition standpoint. Just maybe gets to be a little staler than some of those hogs above him. Then we get a hog here that's one of the leaner ones in the drive, and I certainly appreciate that about him. He's just too flat and narrow as he goes away from me. Just need to get this guy more product, and then maybe he can work a little higher. Very nice class, one of the deeper ones of the day. Congratulate those exhibitors.
Attention for class 23, please make your way to the attendance, class 23.
Results of class 21. 6th place, St. Simpson. 5th place, Emily Christel. 4th place, Jake Wardrag. 3rd place was Ella Flannery. 2nd place, Lexi Gidhouse. And 1st place, Ashlyn Kelly. Entering the ring now of class 22. Big weight, 277 to 285.
Another nice class as we start to work our way up into the heavy ones. Young man's got another one that's still very complete, flexible. Again, kind of the combo of our hogs in 2 and 3. I think he's easily the most massive as you get right up behind him and study him in terms of pin width and just skeletal width going away. A bear that's still big and fresh in his back shape, proportional from the side. And I think of that top 3, he's still the best in terms of his hind leg and his functionality. 2 and 3, I think, is a little closer, and that Berkshire carrying bear worked his way up quite a bit higher throughout the class. And even though he's wants a fighter, that's maybe the most flexible bear out the entire tribe. Love this guy's ankles. It's just how he gets out and reaches. When he relaxes, he balances up as good as any from the side profile. Incredibly good in terms of proportions. As I get right in on top of him and then study him going away from me. I didn't read him having as much in relation to that class winner. Not quite as bulky through his chest either, but from the side and just getting out the motor and then staying comfortable. I like a lot of things about that one. The ladder mark from here that comes next. One you like in terms of chest width, in terms of leg shape and forearm, having a big rib blade in it, but being powerful from behind. As we drive him out here a little longer, he gets more restricted and straighter out of his shoulder. He's tighter out of his hip and hock, a little shorter out of his hip, but still an awfully good one to go 3 in this class. Blue-eyed bear, I like a lot of things about, particularly to the center part of his body. He's one that's got some shape and spread up high. As he goes away from me, he's a little shorter in his rear step. He's a little flatter out through his hip forward cycle. Wants to narrow up just a bit on both ends of his skeleton, but still an awfully good one. One of the more muscular barrels of the entire class comes out next, and this guy's working a big hitch down his back. He's extremely expressive, nice ability, kind of a haul that's a little more extreme in terms of his muscle. With that extra muscle, though, I want to see it laid on him in a little smoother package. The highest point of it is right through the center part of his spine. I want to relax his spine, raise his shoulder up, and level him out of his hip. Black-headed barrel that comes next, really wide, busted open, good with the center part of his body. He's just a little straighter through his shoulder, tight around his hip. One you want to see a little bigger in his spine and just stretch him out through his entire skeleton. Another nice class. Put your hands together, roll those kids as they exit the ring.
Results for class 22 in the sixth place, Seth Coleman. Fifth place, Jacob Winger. Fourth place, Silas Singer. Third place, Quadra Player. Second place, Emma Weidrich. And first place was Riker Moss. Give those kids a nice round of applause. Entering the ring now is class 23, sixth place, 287 to 295.
Another good classic crossbred barrels, and now that we're getting up there a little bit more in terms of weight, its freshness and skeletal correctness that starts to sort these, particularly on down the line in this class. Still, we got one up top, and I'm always sucker for a good blue one. If we've got a good blue one to start with out here, I think young lady brings us one that's really good, fresh in his back shape, big and bold through his upper skeleton, still soft through his inner ribs, square and dimensional as you study him at the ground, flexible, proportional, one I like quite a bit. She does an excellent job at getting him shown. The blue barrel that goes into is probably just a bit stouter in terms of its features than our class winner. Maybe a bit bigger footed and heavier structure. He just doesn't have quite the elite look over the side as our young ladies pair up. A little lower in the way his neck hinges on the front side of his shoulders as he goes directly away from me. He wants to push as well as lock. Just doesn't have quite the ring presence or just exceptional skeleton as our class winner. The final 4 hogs are a little bit more challenging to score, but I think the lower eared white hog that comes out next is the next best in terms of being flexible, still having a very correct skeleton, and I think still having the comparative advantage in relation to the other 3, just in terms of flesh and shape and rib design. I think in relation to those top 2 hogs, there's just not enough upper from a scale to width standpoint, but I think still Gilded offers distinction light. Gilded drives out next. Of that bottom 3, I think is the most muscular, the widest in terms of her skeleton, the stoutest in terms of her feature. She's maybe working with a little bit of an injury here, so not traveling quite as well as we'd like to see, but I think one that still offers quality. Bottom 2 barrels that come out next, I think this one's just got a bit more chest and leg and forearm, but I think one you need to power up more from behind. You can see her travel a little better from behind. And then our hog that closes the drive, another one that's just not traveling quite as good. You can see this one more comfortable from out through against the hind leg, but yet we still need more muscle, more power, more product all the way through. Another nice class of heavyweight crossbred. Help me congratulate those exhibitors.
Class 25.
Yeah, I owe her. But sorry, money. I'm gonna go.
Results for class 26, 6th place was Katie Hendrick, 5th place was Ford Hendrick, 4th place was Tracy Richardson, 3rd place was Mary Kinley, 2nd place was Reed Walton, 1st place was Annie Kelly. Because it's a very nice round of applause. Entering now class 24, all being called to 299. This is for class 26. We graduate the holding test in class 26.
This is our class 26. We graduate class 26.
Another challenging class of heavies, especially as we talk about sort in terms of skeleton and correctness of condition. But I think the easy thing to do is to go ahead and grab the black hog and run away with that one in this class, because I think he does so just in terms of a big, fresh back, a true wide skeleton laid in, plenty acceptable skeleton as we talk about, just the way he gets out and travels, he balances well, easy win around here. There are things that maybe get a little more challenging, but as I study them from true width and just how they come directly at me, this hog that comes up next, the sandy colored one that's going to go into, that's easily the widest chested one of the remaining hogs out here. It's still big plated, big forearm, and has some rib shape and skeletal width about him. Obviously, he doesn't have near the muscle shape, but just looks from the side as our class winner, but I think still one that brings some good things to the table. The red polka dotted one that drives out next, you like in terms of leg width and chest. I think a gilt that's still got some shape working up high, it's more width than the ones on down the line. A gilt you obviously want to fix right out the back of her shoulder and just raise her up to the top side of her blade. Same goes for the white hog that comes next, maybe a little more severe in terms of the way this hog deviates out of the back side of his shoulder, tightens too much in his fore rib. You'd like to change him out of his hip, so I think the hog you like in terms of practicality is center. Still has some rib shape about him. The two hogs that round out the class, they've got a little more in terms of frame size, growth, and extension. But for me, in terms of product and having true market hog fundamentals, they're the furthest behind in terms of having some width, muscle shape, and product. Just got to have more of them for that extra frame size they have. Another nice class. Congratulate those exhibitors for me over the exit.
Results for class 24. In 6th place, Nico Bailey. 5th place, Jerry Jordan. 4th place is Tyson Kendall. 3rd place is Caitlin Kendall. 2nd place is Amy Jordan. And 1st place is Gatlin Hewitt. Please give those acceptors a round of applause. Entering now in class 25, 6th place, 295, 305.
we get up into another heavy class, I think we're up there around the 3 range. So starting to maybe flirt with the line of acceptability as far as weights out here. But I think a good one's still a good one. The young lady's got a good blue one out here to lead off, and I think he does so really, really quick for me. One that's very impressive is you get right in on this guy and just read how shapely he is right off the backside of his blade, how full apart he is through his upper skeleton. I think he's still big and powerful as he goes directly away from me. Balances up well, handles it all, plenty acceptable for me in this class. The blue-headed bear comes out next, and I think 2 and 3 is where the challenge lies for me in this class. I think the bear that goes at 2, I think is just a bit wider as he comes directly at me. He's more pulled apart at the top of his blade. I think he's just more explosive through his upper rib as he goes away. If you compare him back to the one that wins, he's a little lower in the way his head hinges up front. He's a little plainer as you study him down his spine, and maybe just a little weaker in his spine. Didn't blend together quite as well from the side. Love this young lady's barrel from the side, and I think he's one that's got the extra center body. I think everything runs uphill and balances together really well. He's a barrel as you study him on either end of the skeleton. Narrows up too much coming at me, narrows up too much going away from me, flattens too much as I study him online. The belted hog that comes out here in 4, you like this guy through his center body and just how soft he is. He's big-footed, he's heavy structured. This bear is just pushing it in terms of condition for me, just too plain all the way through. And then we round out with the red hog that's got some things you like about him from a skeletal standpoint. I think he's one that gets to be a little too round out of his top and out through his hips. He's just too devoid in terms of muscle in relation to some of the others up the line. But I think still a bear that's got some quality to him. Let's give them all a big hand as they exit the ring.
Attention in the bar. We're calling up the first place finishers for Division 1. In Class 15, Monica Conwell. Class 16 was Ashlyn Kelly. Class 17, Riker Moss. Class 18, Addison Eve. Class 19 was Anna Kelly. And Class 20 was Rachel Mack.
We're going to our first place finishers for Division 1. In Class 15, it was Monica Conwell. In Class 16, it was Ashley Kelly. Class 17, Riker Moss. Class 18, Addison Eve. Class 19, Emmett Kelly. Class 20 is Rachel Mack.
Your results for Class 25, in 5th place was Elijah Hannah, 4th place was Brayden Hensley, 3rd place was Eliza Byron, 2nd place was Alana Alexander, 1st place was Tessa Workman. Give those acceptors a nice round of applause. In the ring now is Class 26.
Nice way to round out our crossbred market hog classes. And I think a class of 3 where all these hogs I think are good enough in terms of muscle and they have enough product. They're all correct in terms of their condition. I think with that said, the bluegill's the one that's just built the best and I think the most elite in terms of her design. I like her extra height of shoulder and extension from her shoulder forward. She's still soft and pliable through her body, flexible on either end of her skeleton and still square and true to the ground. Nice one to go ahead and start. Second, third, I think maybe you've got some trade-offs, but again, I went ahead and selected the one that I think is just built better, and that's the young lady, smaller barrel on the far side, one that's big-footed, heavy structure. I think he's more relaxed in his spine and just better in terms of his balance from the side. He's more correct as he goes directly away from me. This barrel here that rounds out our class, I think just in terms of back shape, got the feature and genuine wit. He's probably as good as, excuse me, he probably holds the class advantage there. I've just got to change it from behind, got to relax him in his spine, got to square him up in his hop, and then maybe we can change some things in that class. Another good class, good way to round out the crossbred, give those kids a big hand.
This division are, we're going to have second place finishers in each class in Division 1. In class 15 is Caitlin McGraw. In class 16 is Christian Stockburger. In class 17 is Lauren Kelly. Class 18, Ryder Raw. Class 19, Ellery Newhouse. In class 20 is Paula Gilbert.
Good group of lads as we get out here in Division 1. I think a lot of these classes were all really stacked as we went on down the line. So not only just the class winners, but the ones that were 2, 3, 4, 5 of those classes that were still very, very good hogs in their own right. As we get out here, I think there's a pair of them that sorted it up when we in their respective classes. But just having that extra proportional look, that just square, genuine build at the ground, but yet still being so flexible out here and having some extra shape. For me, when I think it comes down to it, there's one that's just a little more direct as he goes to the ground. And to be honest, he's got an extra gear out here and can just slam it and overdrive and cruise out here. Excellent job. Help me congratulate this young man right here for your champion in Division 1.
Attention all, there are first place in each class for Division 2. Class 41, National Talent. Class 42, Micro Law. 23, Internet. 24, Capital Healing. 25, SLO. 26, Routine.
Blue Bear comes out and definitely jumps right in the mix with a pair of other barrows. I think for me, there's one that rode my champion pretty hard. Probably has just a bit more in terms of back shape and hip shape in relation to the champion. I'd like to square him up just a bit there in his front feet. Didn't think he had quite the range of motion as your champion, but still an awfully good one. That's this hog to my right. Let's congratulate her.
Attention all, our second place finishers in each class for Division 2. 21, Lexington House. 22, Kendall Myers. 23, Reed Baldwin. 24, Katie Wilson. 25, Alana Alexander. 26, Christine.
Your result for the first division of the Crossbred Reserve was Ashlyn Kelly, and your champion of Division 1 was Riker Moss. Put your hands together for those two together.
Grandma, we haven't left Division 1. This is like first and second. Hi, Ben. Last one, yeah. I know that how this works.
attention now, we're going to break our heavyweight today, Crossbred Division 1 champion, class 17, and reserve class 50.
Well, as we get out here in our Division 2, I think a division in itself, classes were a little more difficult to sort, and if we just had to work through some hawks that maybe weren't quite as fresh, maybe weren't quite as correct in terms of their build, but I think we've got a good group of them out here as we get our class winners up. I think there was a trio of them that just kind of surfaced for me and rose to the top. With that said, I think there's one that maybe just combines the other two of them, has build, balance, freshness, still not a good one. This young lady's blue heart, she's going to be a champion. Well, then as we get out here for reserve heavy division, I think there's a pair of belted hogs that get pretty close out here in between the two of them. I think there's just one that's fresher in terms of back shape. I think he's more expressive, and I think he's just closer to 12 o'clock. Young lady in the striped shirt's got your reserve.
Your result, Division 2 champion, and the penalty is champion, and reserve is absolute penalty. Give those girls an extra.
Oh, yeah.
Entering the ring now is your drive Crossbred champion.
Really really elite pair of arrows as we get them both of our division champions out here. And when it comes down to it, they both have enough muscle, they're both light enough, they both have an elite presence from the side. And I think that those are the similarities between them. For me, I think there's one that's just a shot more rugged in terms of his feature, stouter in terms of his bone work, and like I said, just got that extra year. Young man's lightweight is a champion. And then out for reserve, I think it gets close between these two. I think one's maybe just a bit more aggressive in terms of his shape, and I think the other's just a little bit more direct as you study him at the ground. I think he's more comfortable as we get out here and drive him. Maybe balances up just a shot better from the side. I like that heavy to be reserve Crossbred.
Your results for champion Crossbred, the reserve champion was Anna Kelly, and your champion Crossbred is Riker Moss. Put your hands together for those two accept. We're going to take about a 10 to 15 minute break between now and the grand drive.
Yes.
Attention, we're going to take about 10 to 15 minute break between now and the grand drive.
I'm like,
Attention alarm. That's how the trailers, if you're walking, so back to the trailer. Second row back, walking over. Attention alarm. We're going to call all our champions first. The birth of Jay you're off Esther, Silas Landry, and Larry, Berger, Melissa, Landry, Ashton Kelly, Coleman, Seth, Spot, Patrick, Kennedy, Sandworth, Kindergarten, York, and Kelly, Crossbred.
Yeah, not on camera.
Officially, the Lord, we're going to call our third meeting, the preferred, City West, Gerard, Cancer, and Reed, Marley, First Group is Joe Ward, Landry, Matthew Baxter, Holden, Matthew, Scott, York, Rachel, Matt, Cross, and
Before we get started here, our judge this afternoon is Justin Steerwall, who currently resides in Hillsborough, Indiana. It's an operations superintendent at ADM Gray. He's a graduate from the University of Black Hawk East. He was a member of the 2009 All-American Collegiate Livestock Judging Team. He and his wife are a small cattle farm where they focus on Simmental and Angus genetics, and they also place a small group of show pigs each year. Please give Justin a warm round of applause and for a good job this afternoon. Our champion Crossbred was shown by Noah the. Our champion Poland was shown by Seth Hunt. The champion Namor is shown by Andrew Hartman. Champion Landgrave is shown by Ashlyn Kelly. Our champion Fox is shown by Patrick Kenny. Champion Crossbred is shown by Riker Fox. Champion Chester is shown by Silas Flannery. Champion Hamster is shown by Emma Wire. Champion York is shown by Anna Kelly. Champion Bird is shown by Jacob Winger. Our champion Durab is shown by Ellery Newhouse. Give it up 360 your 2020 Howard County Grand Drive.
You guys can just kind of slow it down just a little bit. I'm not big on speeches, but I'm just going to make a few remarks before we get your cranberry selected. I think all these kids have done phenomenal as they've been throughout the ring, and I think each and every one of them have been respectful, yet they've really showed their tails off out here. In a year where a lot of things have been different and maybe a lot of things have been canceled, their work in the barn and their work at home, it shows that definitely hasn't been canceled. They've been staying out there. They've just been working these hogs extremely well, and it shows out here. Let's give the exhibitors a big hand. You know, 2020's definitely been different, and if nothing else, I think it's going to teach us just to be more resilient and just to work at it, and we can make things work. Here a month or two ago from now, we probably would have thought that nothing like this would happen. Yeah, it's just a little different. Maybe we've had to wear face coverings and throw some sanitizer down here in the spot or two. But past that, it's really not much different than a normal show, and I applaud you guys for making it work and just going the extra step, making sure these kids are what matters most. Again, let's make sure we thank the Swine Committee, our superintendent, all of our fair board, our extension staff. They've gone above and beyond to make sure these kids get the most of the Howard County Fair. You guys can start the hogs back up a little bit. I'm not going to go through it and describe them a whole lot. I think each and every one of them represents their breed very, very well. They're all hogs that are functional. They start at the ground in terms of being built right. They're fresh. They've got muscle. They bring enough of everything and check all the boxes. I think there was one that my trigger just a little bit further in relation to some of the others and just kind of the elite things that he brings to the table. I think there's one that I can land off pretty quick. And then there's 4 others that just fall in line behind him. Again, thank you guys for having me. The Barrow Show has been great. I know we've got showmanship to go. Give these kids one more round of applause and I'll go show you the champions.
Grand champion, the Crossbred, shown by Riker Moss.
We come down for reserve. I think it's one that just as easily falls in line for me. Just as easy it was to take the champion cross as your champion. There's another one that's still flexible out here. Looks like a show hog. Got that extra look from the side. Still muscular and fresh. That reserve cross is going to be reserved.
Your reserve grand champion overall is shown by Anna Kelly.
And then as we round out our top 5, this will be my last time on the mic here in the drive. I think there's 3 of them that sorted up pretty quick for me. And as we just continue to drive, I'll take one that's just more of an athlete out here. I think this takes more comfortable and balanced better. Again, I'll put the mic down and round out our top 5. Give them one more big round of applause as I do so.
Third overall is the land grade, shown by Ashley Kelly. Fourth overall is the Yorkshire, shown by Anna Kelly. give all these kids one more round of applause.
Attention to the car. In case I'm not for beginner showmanship, please make your way to the holding pins, beginner showmanship. Attention to Florida, class one, the junior showmanship. Is going to be our Wingman, class one, junior showmanship.
Well, a really good way to start our showmanship drive, and I think as we get out here and see them all out here, they all do an awesome job. We're even having some teamwork out here, so you've got to appreciate that. Each one of these kids, it's just a testament of how bright the future is for Howard County showmanship. I think each one of these individuals just do a phenomenal job. Some of the things I'm looking for today, especially in this age group, most importantly, just getting those balls in front of me and keeping them moving, having some control to them, and working on your spacing, not letting them get too far from me, not letting them get to the corner, and I think they all do that relatively well. They all make sure that they keep their hog in between themselves and the judge. They've got some eye contact and some intensity to them as well. I guess one thing you'll maybe hear me harp on a little more, and one thing that I think is important to me in showmanship is making sure we keep those hogs moving. Nothing worse than going and looking at your hog and it's just stopped, or you're hitting it too much on its head and it's backing up on you. So I'm all about consistency and making sure those things get out and dry. I'm going to pick a champion in reserve out here, and there's going to be two people that aren't going to be a champion in reserve, and I think they still do a phenomenal job. Maybe at times their hogs just got a little bit too far away from me, or maybe they just stopped and you couldn't get them quite going like I wanted to see. But you guys do an awesome job, and just keep up the good work. You guys have a lot of time ahead of you, and your future's very, very bright. So I'll describe your reserve champion first, and then we'll go on to our champions. Your reserve is an individual that no matter what, that hog was always in the center of the ring. This individual's got really good control of them. Maybe at times that hog wanted to stop on them ever so slightly compared to our champion. But again, they still do an excellent job. That's this young lady right here. She's going to be reserved. And then your champion out here, I think, did all those same things that the young lady did, but I think they did it with just a shot more intensity. Does an excellent job and just stays so aggressive at making sure they keep their hog off the rails, keep them in front of me. Everywhere I look, this person has their hog in front of me. They even make sure they kept other people's hogs moving. It's going to be the little young lady. She's going to be your champion out here. Your reserve champion, the Inner Showman, was Alana Alexander, and your champion was Parker Jones. We'd like to take a moment. We have some sponsors for our showmanship this year. The beginner showmanship sponsor was Harold and Sharon Harvey. Our junior showmanship sponsors were Baxter Howland family, Jeremy Kelly's family, Neil Boston family. Our intermediate showmanship sponsor was Brad House Ford, and
our senior showmanship sponsor was Todd and Dana Harvey. So give all those sponsors a big round of applause for the good doing without.
Also, you can get any other minutes we
really impressive group of junior showmen. I think all 5 of them do an awesome job as we get them all out here. We've got 2 classes of these, so I'm going to bring 3 individuals back out of this class. And again, the ones that aren't going to come back, I think just do a phenomenal job. You guys all were very good at keeping those hogs in front of me. A couple of you maybe just got a little further away than I wanted to see, and at times maybe your hogs wanted to stop and back up and just not stay as consistent in their movement as the 3 that are going to come back. Again, I think you all do a phenomenal job. Again, your careers are young. Just continue to work on it, continue to polish your games, and you're going to get better and better each time. The 3 that are going to come back in no particular order, you guys can just pin them and call you out. It's going to be this young lady here with the white bear is going to come back. This young lady with the blue bear is also going to come back. And the guy with the black bear is coming back. Let's give all of them a big round of applause for there. So each and every one of them is phenomenal. Another very impressive group of junior exhibitors here in our second and final class. And again, I think each one of the five just does an excellent job. And they're all very nice to talk to, and they're very knowledgeable about their animals. Again, I think you all do an awesome job. I guess one little pointer in this class is one that I noticed a little more. And it's not something that I really take off a whole lot for kids this young, but it's just something to learn and think about. But as you come out, and if you guys are working the gates on your own, make sure you close the gate. Not just out of habit or just to go through the motions of it because the judge is watching, but just to make sure if that gate stays open, other hogs are going to go in there and just cause confusion and create a little chaos. So that's one lesson in this class. Make sure you shut your gates. I didn't really knock anybody that didn't do it because these kids are young, but again, it's just a good teaching point. Again, everybody does an awesome job in this group. I'm going to keep 3 of them back again. And again, they're the 3 hogs that stay in front of me the most often. They're the most consistent in the way they move. The pair of people that aren't going to make it onto the finals, I think their hogs are a little tighter on them, and they're just getting wore down. And their bill buttons just aren't working quite as well. They just want to park themselves and maybe stay a little further away from me. So again, no particular order. The 3 that are going to come back for our finals, this young man here with the white bear in front of me, young lady with the belted hog in front of me, and then the young lady to my left with the belted hog. Let's give them all a big round of applause for the next awesome class.
And then our class 1 intermediate championship. Class 1 intermediate championship. Please make your way forward.
we'd like to thank our sponsors for Showmanship. Our beginner Showmanship sponsor was Harold and Sharon Harvey. Our junior sponsor was Dr. Howland family, Jeremy Kelly and family, and Neil Lawson family. Our intermediate sponsor was Brad Ford, and our senior sponsor was Todd and Dana Harvey. Please give those people another round of applause.
Extremely competitive group as we get out here in our finale for our junior division. Again, all of them do a phenomenal job. Maybe some of them are starting to wear down a little more than others and finding the corners, just not cooperating quite as well. But I think all in all, everybody just does an awesome job. Again, they all cover the fundamentals of keeping the hogs moving, keeping them in front of me, having proper spacing, yet still having some eye contact and some intensity to them. All started our reserve champion and worked our way through our champion. Again, I think there's two of them that maybe just set themselves apart for me. Our reserve champion is one that no matter where I work the range, they make sure their hog was smacked out right in front of me. They just do an awesome job. I love the extra intensity. They're very aggressive at putting that hog where they want it. At times, maybe they'll just make that hog take a more sudden jerk and make them want to stop a little bit more. Maybe they're just a little shorter in the way they position their hog. I want to see them maybe take a little longer drive on them and just utilize the size of the ring to their advantage, but still does an awesome job. And I love the intensity. That's this guy right here. He's my favorite judge. And then for your champion, junior Showman, I think one that hits me real hard with the first impression of being so polished and so poised, having extra eye contact, very aggressive and intense, always positions that hog where it needs to be. I think this person utilizes the size of the ring a little bit more and gets longer drives out of their hog. Maybe gives me a few more different views of their hog as well. And I like that when they mix them up like that too. That's this young lady that I'm looking directly at. She's going to be your champion.
Attention to our class 2 intermediate showman. Please make your way to the holding distance. Class 2 intermediate showman.
Your results for junior showmanship, your reserve champion was Connor Ortman, and your champion junior showman was Addison Eade. Put your hands together again for those two showmen.
Good way to start our intermediate division, and we've got 2 meets in this drive too. So again, I'm going to keep 3 back out of this class. I think these guys really do everything that I've asked so far today. I think they all do a good job of just keeping them driving and keeping them right to the center. And that's what makes it challenging for me, because I've got to be a little more nitpicky on little things to sort some of these individuals up. But I think there are 3 people that stood out for me, and no matter where I'm at, they find those open spots in the ring where I'm looking. Everywhere I go, they're the ones that are the quickest to get to that spot. They're the most consistent in the speed of their hogs. They mix it up in terms of direction and driving their hogs at me, driving them away, instead of just going side to side the entire time. Again, I think they're just the most consistent and the smoothest in the way they operate. All you guys do an awesome job. There's going to be 3 that I'm going to keep back. And again, no particular order on these. The Showmanship with the Duroc bear is going to come back. Young lady in the red shirt with the belt dog's coming back. The young man on the far side against the rails coming back. Let's give them all a big hand as they exit the ring.
Attention to the water. If you're doing mini parade, you can start making your way to the mini parade.
Good way to finish up our intermediate classes, and again, 5 of them in here, and they all just do an awesome job. Some of these hogs are getting tired, and as they do that, they're starting to find their ways to the gate, find their ways to the rail, and they're maybe just wanting to stop and back up, just not get out and drive. I think there's some that operated a little better than others, and I think that's what's going to keep 3 of them on to the next round. There's 3 that were just a little smoother in the way they operated. They're hogs. It's a two-part team. You got the hog and the showman. I think the other half of the team was just working better for 3 of these individuals. I think they're just a little bit more aggressive and more intense in the way they get their hog presented in front of me. And again, like I said, some of the hogs just kind of gave up and weren't quite working as well as they wanted to. The 3 that are going to come back in no particular order. The showman here with the new rock bear is coming back. The showman here with the white tail is going to come back. And the young lady with the predominantly blue bear, he's going to come back too. Let's give them all a big round of applause. Everybody does an excellent job.
Attention to the water. If you're doing mini parade, start making your way to the mini parade.
really impressive group of intermediate showmen, and I think every single one of them deserves to be your champion or reserve out here. But unfortunately, some of the hogs maybe weren't cooperating quite as well, and maybe wanted to find the gate, or they knew where the exit pin was, and they were wanting to fight a little bit. For me, I think there was a pair of them that were just more consistent from start to finish. I think there's some very talented showmen out here, and as I mentioned, some of them maybe aren't wanting to cooperate as well. So I've got to just decide who was the most consistent the entire time. And I think there was a pair of them that started the surges for me. They're both very calm, cool, collected in the way they operate. They keep those hogs in front of me. They keep good distance. They've always got them moving. I think when it comes down to it, and I'll start with your second place, your reserve champion, and then I'll go up to your first. But your reserve champion, I think, is one that's just so relaxed out here, so smooth. At times, maybe you can get lost in the crowd, and maybe I've got to go find them. But again, I think they do an awesome job. That hog never misses a beat. Stays so smooth, start to finish. This young lady right here is going to be your reserve. And then as we get out for champion, there was another one who, again, start to finish, that hog never missed a beat, always was out in front of me, just does an excellent job. I think between the two of them, this person was maybe just a bit quicker to get to where they needed to be, do an excellent job. Their hog, as I start to talk about him, wanted to find the corner a little bit, but I think he does phenomenal, has done all day. That's the young man with the deer out there.
Results for intermediate showmanship. Reserve champion, Audra Flannery, and your champion intermediate showman, Hunter Coleman. Another round of applause for those. To our mini foray, our Tiller, our Braxton Alexander, Cody Davis, Brooklyn Fullen, Landon James, Grayson Eagle, Brandon James, Oliver Johnson, Lane Kelly, Bailey Matlock, Braden Matlock, Avery Ruff, Evan Schaefer, R.W. Bryant, Hunter Grimmy, Ava McCain, and Wyatt McCain.
Two classes of mini showmen as we get them out here. They all do an amazing job. I think we go anywhere from 6 years old to 8 years old. So we're starting them early. I think some of them told me that they've been in the ring before and it wasn't their first rodeo. And it shows. I think they all do awesome out here. The future's definitely bright in this group. It's too close to call for me to place any of these. They all do an awesome job. Give them a big round of applause for our first team of mini showmen.
If you were recording the body back in the background on the alternator, these meetings are really
perfect way to cap off an impressive day of market hogs and showmanship. I've got the pleasure of working through the kids and sorting through the hogs. These kids all do an awesome job as we get our second class of minis out here. We've all got them in the center like I've asked, and they're really just putting the heat on them. They do an awesome job. For all winners out here, give them all a big round of applause.
If you are sending a call to the office trailer, take it to the law matter now, or let them know. So if you're intending to put a call on the office trailer, get over there to the law matter.